Good morning, crypto fam, and what a pleasure to be back. Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I'm your host, Down the Crypto TA. I am so excited to be back on stream. Let me tell you, I was on vacation. I wanted to stream so bad, so bad. I couldn't get the stream to work properly because where I was at, the internet service was just terrible. And I didn't put out a lot of posts while I was on vacay. Just the important stuff for you. Just the important stuff for you. Just letting you know on that daily time frame, there was a signal coming in. So to look out for that volatility coming into the weekend. It was about 2 or 3 days out from that happening. And as you can see, we did get this little cool off right through here. Also posted, when we hit the resistance in here, I'll let you know an area on the chart that I had on here was this here. And we came up and we tapped that baby so pretty, so pretty. It was like 2 candles in when I posted it. So it was just right here on this second candle right here. So it was a nice short to get into. I did take that short myself. I'm still holding that short. And I gave an update on oil as well. And let's see. Yeah, right here. Right here. When we were sitting on here before we got to bounce away, I posted on this. I'll let you know that this was the critical area here that we needed to hold. And ideally, we hold this trend line right here, this trend line. And if we lost this trend line, then we could look for something quick, some sort of a quick reaction in here. But ideally, this is what we want to see price action bounce away from. This is very, very critical. And we got that bounce. Maybe we got that bounce. I'm so here. I'm so here. I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it because I don't know what information you've been getting, but Queen is back. Queen is back. All right. So I did take the long position. I moved my stop. I got stopped out. While I was sleeping, guys, I got stopped out on this. Like it barely took me out because when I moved my stop, I got stopped out on this. Now I did re-enter. And actually it's not that long ago that I re-entered. I think it's like right in here. In resistance. I entered into the resistance, but that's okay. That's okay. Yep, it is. It's exactly right here. I had just re-entered the loan right here. I had to pause and think about it. I woke up this morning. I was like, "You itch, stop me out." And then look at you. Look at you. All right. Let me turn this on. I got my indicators turned off over here right now. So Bull's in control right now here on this 15-minute time frame. I want to see the same thing come through for some of the other time frames. 1 hour is a little iffy. 4 hour, we definitely have the room to move. Uh, I'm gonna get into that daily, and then I'm gonna talk about that weekly time frame too. So I'm gonna explain first of all why this right here was such a critical area to hold. Like I tried explaining it in the message last night, but you have to get information out there fast enough, and I just really wanted to wait until price action got down to this trend line right here. Which, wait until it got to the trend line before I really talked about it. The analysis was based on the 4 hour. So you know how we do things around here, looking at momentum. This was the momentum right here, so I could clearly see that. Of course, you can see that bullish divergence right there. So I was expecting the price for the momentum to at least drop down below this low right here and then swoop back up above it. I was looking at that as we came into this area right here. I was also looking at our means here on the 4 hour time frame and this red one right here in particular. This one right here, you can see how once we did create this trend line through here, or this demand line through here, how each time we shoot back up from it. You can use moving averages, or you can just use the trend line, whichever one it suits you. But it it did look simply corrective from a 4 hour time frame, a daily time frame, and also from a weekly time frame. It just looked like it was corrective. We do have a huge gap also, a huge CME gap that doesn't look like it's in sort of a breakaway gap or anything like that. I mean, Could have been a little bit of exhaustion, and we know that from looking at the highs through here. But yeah, this just indicated to me that we had to hold right here. This is what we had to hold. Like this is cool if we got to it. Don't want to get to it. Don't want to get to this. And most certainly, I didn't want this garbage right here. Didn't want this right here because that unravels everything. So see if we can get this um look back up here. Really, I'm not looking for a whole lot. I do think that the that mother bar is that's been the thing that I've been focusing on for the past several weeks. Is really getting above that mother bar and taking the liquidity above that mother bar before I even start to get truly bearish. I can't get there right now. I can't get really bearish right now. Take a look here over here on this daily time frame. Actually, let me skip past this daily. Well, I can explain something though. So right here in this setup here, turn this off. I have to drop anything. But right here, where you see this moving average right here, this was your first mean reversion. This is something that I mentioned in the post that I did last night. So very first mean reversion right here. I'm gonna hold that. Now the second one would have been price action coming down here, right here. We also were going to have the point of not the point of control, but the value area high was also going to be right here. But really, you just really wanted to hold this right here in the storage. You really wanted to hold this mean reversion right here. Because anything else, it tosses the weekly chart back up under the resistance that we had to fight to get above, that we had to fight to see price close above. So that would have been the unraveling. So just thinking about, what would make this trade setup not look so great would have been us dropping back below here. So that was what I mentioned, that 72,815. And we don't want to lose that. We gotta hold where we're at with that momentum line. We gotta hold that because if we don't, then it just puts us back in the pickle, puts us back below the line that we had to flip above. It puts us back above this first mean reversion right here. And I think these right here are the ones for this particular one right here for the let. So yeah, we need to hold that. We need to hold that. Plus that squeeze on the weekly tells me that when we green, we see some sort of a push to the upside. Like I mean, we're holding everything through here. If you look at the weekly time frame, we're holding everything through here. Like this still shows strong momentum despite the wick. Still shows strong momentum. We still see that momentum still rising to the upside here on the weekly time frame. And the weekly is going to be a late signal. Don't get me wrong. So I do have this little momentum over here. I like to see it pop up above and then break down below. So I am watching this on the RSI. On this even back there into the 50 here. But like I said, this mother bar right here has been my main focus right here. And how we kind of moving all this one through there. Getting this liquidity above this point right here has really been the main driver for me. I think this is going to be not that. So right here, what we have the squeeze that this tends to indicate a move to the upside. When the squeeze is here to the red there, that tends to indicate a drop to the downside. Squeeze in here tends to indicate some sort of move to the downside. So I'm looking for this to just finish that out for me. Just finish that out for me. And you know that you release that squeeze when you hit the 20 estimate. You know that's in play. Will no longer be green and like it was green right in here. See that green? You see how when it hit that 20 right there, that green went away. But that's what you're looking for. And usually that still indicates that the push is coming to the upside, even when you because of how the bands are sitting down here. So yeah, I mean that's basically it. Really, just we couldn't lose this. We could not go back below this stuff in here. We just couldn't do it. So anybody who was talking about lower um, had to have been bearish. Couldn't have uh, had a bullish bias price action still. You thought that you could come below this and still be okay. No, 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 no. But we're facing great resistance in here. Great resistance in here. Weekly level tapped in here. Let me just turn that off for a sec. But weekly level was tapped also. Let me drop my weeklies. This is actually a lot, but the ones in white are that kind of gray or whatever. The line. This is a weekly level, so you can see what we tapped into. Right now, we're back below this daily one here at 76,239 right there. So we're just back below that daily right there. But yeah, I'm long, baby. I'm long. I'm long. Even if I'm wrong, I'm long. I'm long and I'm short. So long and I'm short right now. Still holding the prior loan a bit lower as well. So we'll see. Getting past this resistance right here is just getting above this mother bar right here. That's my ultimate dream right here. Just taking that liquidity. And then whatever the market wants to do it to do. We'll see if we can get there. We shall see if we can get there. I think a lot of people are just, I don't know. I've seen so much bearishness in the market, and I'm not overly bearish. I'm not overly bullish. I'm being like water. That's it. I just want to be like water. I'm not trying to figure it out. I'm not trying. I don't care if it's the bottom or if it's the top. I just want to be like water and just roll with the tide, baby. Just roll with the tide. Because if you try to fight the tide, you try to swim against the tide, you get wrecked. You shall get wrecked. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Rising momentum right now. I did a double tap and turn line in here. Rising momentum right now. We're starting to flip up a little bit more green in here. Looking pretty decent. Oh, have you seen that gap? Let me turn this back off here. Have you seen that gap? Now, we have filled in some of this gap, but this is a huge gap here. This is a huge gap in here. So I highlighted the portion of it that we have filled in. Perfect tap if you were using the CME. Like that was perfect here on the 15 minute for CME chart. So I like that. But not even half of this gap has been filled. But that is one humongous gap right there. It doesn't have to fill it all in. It doesn't have to, But the rotation down it was slow. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but the rotation down it was slow. We had a moment every now and then where it felt like it did something, but it was really a slow rotation down. So we got to get past this resistance, though. Monster resistance right now. Cause that little toss down, it did something to us. But, monster resistance. But huge freaking gap there. Huge freaking gap there. You can see right here with the MACD. Um, if you were here when I did cover it a little bit, I still haven't done the class on it, but you can say that was class that I did the other day with the MACD above what? MACD above the zero line. As we get the move back down here to this momentum line right here, would indicate that we're still corrective. Now, it gets very scary in that sense when the MACD does come down like this. If you do trade MACD, I don't trade it a lot. It's not. I really focus on RSI, but um, it is a good continuation signal. I will have to say that about it. It's a great continuation signal, MACD, especially when it's above Delta 2, above Delta, above zero, like I covered with you. You look for the pullbacks and you expect for it to be a correction. And you just have to do your due diligence and, what would invalidate this being a correction, blah, 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 blah. But right now it looks pretty decent. It's still close to the zero line, so anything can happen in here. I know that. But like I said, I did take the short from up here. I did take the short here, and I'm currently in a new loan. Not the best entry at this point, but it is what it is. I'm gonna hold it open for as long as I can hold it open. I'm not afraid of losing a little money on it if I have to. It will be what it is. But right now, it's leaning more towards some upside price action right here. All right, so this was the post that I had shared right here, and I was just telling you finally get this in and brought it because I think I posted all of these patterns in here about a week ago or something like that. I had posted all of the patterns. Actually, it was more than a week ago because this right here hadn't even yeah, we were nowhere like it. This was at the lower side or something like that at the time when I shared all the different patterns that I could see down here in this flow for everybody. And I shared that, real teaching dominance at this line right here. So likely we would probably see a bounce off of that for starters. And then we want it to actually what I want to see is for us to finally do the breakdown from here, and then that's going to be bullish for the higher time frame for Bitcoin. But we had actually tapped into our ascending low down here. And then, of course, right here, this is where we were just on that second candle, like I mentioned, as we came up with this this top 10 line right here. I did adjust my lower line in here to just match the wicks down here. I went ahead and changed that. My top line was matching the wicks, but my lower was not. But just in case, because you never really know. Are things really going to get super bearish or not? But it looked it looked corrective. It looked corrective overall. Um, I think that there was something else in here. What was it? Hold on. Go over to. Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit strategy today as well. But this was the post that I did last night. It was a lot of information in here. It's a lot of information in here, but this is just me just letting you know, like we're sitting at that critical level. We gotta hold this right here. We gotta hold this, the trend line. And that's what I said. Trend line. Ideally, we hold the momentum line. Period. Point blank. I don't care about this golden pocket. We can tap it. I won't kill my interest at that point, but anything beyond this just tells you that you don't mess up. So this is still valid. It's still valid to say you messed up if you're doing anything beyond that. Blah, blah, blah. So this is it right here. So, like I said, we're still corrective right now. Hopefully, we do see this flip, pop, 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 pop up. Right now, it's agreeing. That's our first little green dot right there. So right now, we are agreeing. Like I said, I like to use RSI really. This confirmation situation right here. Um, let's see this is what we got above right here, right over here, and you see that green cross right there. That's why MACD crossed the zero line, crossed above the delta, and that's all she wrote right there until it does the opposite. Okay, until it does the opposite. That's what we got. Oh yeah, and these areas right here, 4 hour resistance areas, have been on my chart for a long time, very 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 long time as well. We tapped that too. So I had a lot of confluence to want to take the short that I did take here on Bitcoin right here. I had a lot of confluence to take that short here. And so good. So now oh there's good. It's just a hedge against my it's a hedge against the long that I'm holding to. So it's a hedge against that long. So I hope you got in where you fit in while I was on vacay. I sure miss trading. Sure miss it. Bad entry I got. I'll share my bad entry too. You can see it. You can see it. I was so upset when I woke up. God dang it. God dang it. I got stuffed out. And I really got to think about, do I want to re-enter this trade? Because I do still have the loan from here. I do still have this loan open. I think it was from right here. I do still have that loan open. Uh, so I'm not trying to close that out until we take that liquidity above that mother bar. It's going to stay open until we hit that. And if we don't hit that, then, you know, maybe the shorter continue. But I am going to leave that open until we achieve that goal. I'm hoping we achieve that goal anyway. I can't stay with 100% because the market will do what the market will do. I'm just going to flow with the water, like I said. I'm just going to flow with the water. All right. Did you get wrecked on the raised Dow token? That is what the Coin King has posted in here. And I don't mess with scam coins. That's gonna be my answer right there. He mentioned that to me while vacationing, and I was like, "Yeah, that ain't what you want to mess with, partner. You do not want to mess with that. It's crappy. It's crappy. So don't wanna play with that. I'm pretty sure it was just I don't know, maybe one big whale or something like that. Not enough in circulation, all of the blah blah blah. When you get a coin listed, and yeah, I don't mess with that stuff. I do not mess with it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. We got a situation with the straight or the cricket, whichever one, the straight or the cricket. But for oil, I don't know how many people are actually into that. Uh, I started, posting on it. Started with this right here because I could see we had 5 waves right here. One, two, three, four, 5 waves right here with that ending diagonal right there. So we went through this drop, the potential corrective move back up into here, and then me leaving it as a flat scenario right through here because I really don't know or didn't have a clue as to how low it probably end up going. But if we had have gotten that push down, then I would have been looking at a head and shoulder with a slanted neckline with a move down below into filling in the gap. As I could see over the weekend, when we got this push down into here, it was no longer going to be that head and shoulder situation, and more like a slice of pie right here. And we got that gap up and market yet open. So the original thesis idea was this right here, and leaving this flat right through here. But all of this was posted. My levels have been shared multiple times here on the channel, and also in my post, my levels have been shared too. So these levels have hit really good with oil. I don't have the VWAP on right now, but I wanted to see how price performs within this piece of pie right here, this falling wedge right here, how controlled it is. Because it looks very controlled in my opinion. It looks very, very, very controlled. Um, so I'm not trading it, It's not something I'm into. I like the analysis on it, but I'm not interested in it. Um, if it does get a breakdown, in my opinion, it won't hold. I don't believe that it will hold. If it did get a breakdown to the downside of here, then it would just pop back up and run back up here somewhere. Um, what I'm watch that. where them WAPs at. So the VWAPs, same VWAPs that I had on the chart. I explained to you how I determine my VWAPs. They're based on momentum. Big momentum trader, anybody that's a big momentum trader. So my VWAPs, how I plot them is going to be based on trend. And usually from the lower end, I won't too often do one up here. I won't too often do a VWAP from the top. I've done it before, but very seldomly do I do that. It's usually going to be from the lows or something like that. But 87.59 right now, we gapped up and came in here, and it looks controlled, does it not? It looks very controlled in my opinion. Um, this is it for this area right here. This is it for this area right here. I think I was looking at this somewhere else. Let me see. At the awning here. Turn that one off. That one. Uh, see. I know this floor looks really weird, but on the 4 hour, I mean, this is the start of the bigger move here to hold this area in here. So that's why the floor is mapped out like this. You can see how from that point we saw this initial move up right here. And then we got this one right here. We swoop below it and came back up, but steadily declining in here. But it looks corrected. It looks corrected. It looks corrected. MACD is on the lower end. And until that pushes back above, you know, all the criteria that need to be met in here until it comes back up above here, like that, like so, above this delta right here, above that zero line, until it flips, as you can see how it flips. Well, that's the negative cross stick going below the delta right here. That's what that line just means to me. Is that it's not below the delta, but it's still holding bearishly in here right now until that changes. Oh, you know what? That brought me to something that I didn't. I didn't mention that on Bitcoin on the weekly time frame. I did not mention that. Um, but yeah, that big walk is this one from the start of the momentum. This momentum line right here. That if it did fall down here, I wanted to post it. I had to do it. We would have put it down here. Um, but this last final V walk is this one. Here's PT dominance. After we got that, after we tapped into our trend line right here. Uh, I was hoping that we would reject right here. We did push into that zone just a little bit, but I was hoping that we would reject right there. And at the end of the day, what I want to see is I want to see this bearish formation right here. Sending Broughton formation is typically a bearish formation. I really just want to see this trickle down. That's what I really want to see. That happen. Uh, that's a lot to ask for, especially when I'm only looking for the mother bar liquidity to be taken. But if we get that, then happy days for Bitcoin for sure. Happy days for Bitcoin. Get that. I got that over here. I don't have that over here. Um, so that's weird. MACD. You see how it's still rising? MACD still rising. See that? Both still going up. Delta still going up. MACD still going up. They're both still rising to the upside. Corrective because it's below here. It's below the zero line, so it will be corrective. I wouldn't consider this to be anything like in here where it's above correct. Which is how it looks on the 4 hour right now. Above, correct, above, correct, above. But eventually it gets you. That's why I said the 4 hour can still do that. Because eventually it does get you. Or it just rolls over. But right now, no bear dips on it. Um, yeah, I wouldn't count this right now. Not right now. Definitely rising in here. Drop that. Rising here. About an hour or so left. Hopefully we're planning on getting here. Hopefully. And I know we did have no we didn't. We didn't that last move. Well, right here on the delta. Right on the delta. Um, we had that very good right here. Delta. Not on the MACD, but MACD and delta diverging against each other. Plus we were pretty high here at green here. Extended quite a bit right in here. So we got to get back above here. We have to get back above that. Curve out. But this this is what I was watching when I posted for you while I was on vacation, and I mentioned to you, I'm into the weekend, see some volatility in here on Bitcoin because I can see that was enough to kind of play with, kind of far off from it. So I did my best to measure it out, and it just went for the weekend. Um, That was around this post right here. We had just came into the second resistance point that I was identifying here. Um, just using the daily in here. I didn't share the chart that you're looking at. I didn't share the indicator. Did not share the indicator. I just let you know that Bitcoin is currently reacting at a wick low. That price point right there, and with some short term resistance. I'm not seeing any major red flags. That suggests that price couldn't go higher from there. And of course, we went higher, and then I just let you know that there is a potential bearish daily signal that could develop over the next 2 to 3 days. So they expect some turbulence as we move closer to the weekend. So it wasn't going to be until the weekend came into play that you were going to start to see price action start to give some sort of a correction in there. I really wanted to break it down, but I was having issues with the stream, blah, 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 blah. And just let you all know that I was that was, yeah, that was that right there. So it's about 2, 3 days out. So that's what I was watching for right here. It's gonna be the opposite on USDT dominant. We can still like ride the wave in here. We can still do that right in here. Um, so it can still turn up and ride the waves in here. It's really right in here. Like at the end of the day, if we do lose this, which is why I bothered to mention it, is right here where the center is right here. That's also where that mean reversion is at as well, right there. And like I said, the um, yeah, so that all comes in right here, that value area high right there. So just so you can understand. explanation around that situation there. You really don't want to lose it. If you did, I'm not, I'm not, mm, I'm not going to be feeling too hyper bullish. I'm not hyper bullish. I'm not going to feel like we can really achieve what I'm looking for if we are doing this. But everything points into here. You remember I had that long setup on here as well. I was looking at that for a little while. No, no, no. At the time, no, not that. I can't see it. Where's that long setup at the time? um, I don't have it in here. That's, actually, I don't have it in here. I don't know why I got this in here. Get rid of that. Um, but I have been posting long setup here. Um, the last couple of streams I had did before going on vacation. But it was for here. But like I said, as I look at the analysis, it just says you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You can see that high note right there too that held us up in here as well. It tells me I don't that we don't want to do that. So I'm just trying to make sure we don't do that. Hoping we don't do that. We ain't coming back up if we're doing that. I just feel like that gap. That's a different kind of gap. That's a different kind of gap we got on CME. Can't hold this momentum. Pause if you let me know I'm trying to go. Reverse entry. Put in a little bit of a barrier right there too. I can see it. So yeah, put in a barrier right there. I can turn the color conditions on the dots and stuff. I'm gonna hold it. Um, and if I have to take a little loss, I'm gonna hold this. Um, something else. Let me praise what Marcus do open. Look it up. SPY, still SPY. SPY with a little bit of a gap down here. Um, oh, SPY finally broke below this momentum line in here. Still has like an hour left on it. Just really keep going to that candle close below it. It has a bounce level in here as well for SPY. Right here, SPY, because mention points right here. You can see it comes back, top back up. You can't mention this one. I'm not talking about this one. I can't push that one, but you can correct it. That's absolutely correct. Yep, it's correct right there. Yeah, we're below this right now. We want to see it close below it. So about an hour away from that happening right here. You can always use to break that below the 80 as well. Um, but SPY is just gonna put in bull divs, trying to get this move down over here, looking at a 24-hour time frame. That's all it's gonna do. Get those to the SPY. Everything in here just looks like it would just be corrective, and SPY would continue to chop around into something. It looks really good in my opinion. Up there. I mean, higher for hog, but you don't have any bear div between what was your all-time high in here, which was this right here. That was your all-time high. No problems in there. And I was using, yeah, this same people right here. Now this is when I did draw from the top side, which I say I rarely do that, but it's just hit different. So I messed with it. So I'm just put it here. Yeah, I mean, SPY looks good. I don't, yeah, I don't really see any hangups right now. You have this, like I said, you'll swing around here a little bit, putting in some bull deals. It was too aggressive to the upside to move this slow um, back down. See like some sort of huge drop or something like that take place. But right now, it looks like it would just be something corrective and then continue. Even if it doesn't take a high, still chop around here, something like that. Spy, spider. Let's see, spy. Let's see. That was the ETF version right here. That still looks straight up in the air, like straight up in the air. Momentum straight up in the air right now. Roll off. See that momentum pull off, but that's straight in the air. Since impacts on there. PQs looking a lot like that spot. It just looks corrected. Yeah, that looks like garbage. That absolute garbage. NASDAQ straight in the air. Yep. This one I really like. Yeah. I still don't trade this one. I still don't trade it. I just like looking at it. I just like looking at it. 1 hour is still straight in the air right now too. So, uh, Leho. Good morning. 1 hour is still straight in the air. Uh, the 1 hour, again, the 1 hour to me, it just doesn't suggest that we can just go higher. Sort of a little bit of both of the a little bit of a pull back down. But, it could be something like this right here. It just doesn't suggest anything to me right now. I need to see something change over time. I mean, momentum is still straight in the air on the 1 hour time frame, but it just is 1 hour just looks a little complicated. Like I said, momentum still looks pretty decent in here. We'll end up putting in a very different on accelerator. This was reversal point for the 1 hour I was watching for. We did it one time right in here, and I did take this long in here and um, got stopped out on that. I actually I didn't get stopped out on that. I closed that out completely. Yeah. When we did this, I closed it out completely. Yeah. We did this. I was like, you know what? I'm good. Close it out. Something in me just said, close it, girl. Close it. So I closed that out. Uh, and then that happened into the level that I had, been watching for uh, us to come back into. Even here, it's still rising momentum from here. So 15 minutes been very, 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 very choppy. But like I said, the 1 hour, it is something I see on the 1 hour that's just ugh, like it has to come back in here some before it can push that resistance to everything. And the crazy thing is right here too, the reason why I closed this trade out right here too is because we hit the 382 and we started rejecting off the 382. That's bearish spread. Anytime you come up and you hit a 382, you're struggling with a 382, you do not want to, it's not worth it. If we came up and we hit the 382 and we started rejecting off of that 382, so I was like, yeah, I'm going to just close that out completely. In fact, I was watching someone else's channel, I love his stuff. Um, and I saw him add to his position. I remember he was wanting to close out both of his TPs. I remember seeing that, and on his channel, he was trying to close out both of his TPs. I didn't think that that was a good idea. No, one of them did get hit right in here. I was actually watching Crypto Face channel. Um, Smart guy. But I watched when one of his take profits got hit, great, and then this one right here didn't quite make it. And I remember looking at my chart, and I'm like, "That's a 382." Let me close myself out. So that's very not good. Not good. I don't even know what we're doing right now. Actually, check that. What we're doing right now. Good morning. I'm doing good, Leho. I'm doing really good. Um, I'm hoping, you know, I'm hoping we're gonna get this continuation to the upside in here. If all things hold, and we're not coming down into here, then I feel good about it. You know, I feel good about it. If that happens, I'm not gonna feel so confident about it. Maybe it could be a quick reaction or something like that, but I don't want to lose. It's harsh. It's hard enough when you do come back. Um, when you do come back and fix, but um, hopefully we'll come back up, take out this liquidity right here. This line right here is actually where the mother bar is, and I think you also have like just even a 50, no, that's a 382 retracement. No, is that no 50% retracement? That'd be a 50% retracement just right here. That would be a 50% retracement. Let me make sure. Yeah. So actually, before that. So if we just get to the mother bar, which is right here at this line here, we will have at least hit a 50% retracement on the higher time frame. So I drew this fib. I'm sure that from here. This fib is drawn from this pivot here. So it should just be 50 right there. And then of course the mother bar sits right here. This would just be hitting that. I mean, that's all I'm really trying to do. I think that we could at least get that liquidity right here. Reject. We did something more. I mean, that would be awesome. Strong resistance right here at this golden pocket. That's not what I'm shooting for. I wouldn't be mad if we did. It's not what I'm shooting for. I'm just shooting for this. Because you usually see it sweep. Usually see it sweep one side. Like if it sweeps this side and it fails, then it's more probable that if it just sweeps this liquidity, that it'll come down here and take this. It makes it more probable. That would be both sides of the candle. And again, just from a weekly, it's this candle right here. This big long candle right here. So if we just sweep this side, it makes it more likely that we'll come and take this out. We don't sweep this, I'm not going to be looking at this. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. If we were to get here, I give it my best short. It'll be my best short. Yeah, we're about to come back in and hit my entry. But such an ugly entry. Why crypto YT? Good morning. You know, it was a tiring vacation. You know, one of those vacations where you take and you come back more tired than when you left. It was one of those. I was not a place I really wanted to be. So, I mean, it was nice. It was nice. Lots of food. Ate lots of food. Um, I missed having a hot cup of coffee because the coffee was just warm. It wasn't really hot. Um, I was actually down in Florida. I was in Florida, in Miami. I did Miami for like two nights in Miami. Did a little cruise, and I never taken a cruise before. Never wanted to take one, which is why I never took one. But the boyfriend did want to take one, so I tagged along. And yeah, it's not for me. It's not for me. I realized that I get seasick, and it's not the feel of the boat moving. It was looking at the water made me sick. I don't know if that's supposed to be a thing or not, but when I could see the high tides, I felt sick. But if the tides weren't doing anything, I was okay. But if I looked out the window, or, you know, yeah, if I looked out the window and I saw the tides like going crazy, it made me sick. And I bought some motion sickness medicine, which didn't work for me. Yeah, so it wasn't. Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. But they feed you. They feed you a lot. And it wasn't a conservative cruise either. It was not a conservative cruise whatsoever. It was a lot of body parts everywhere. Not that I want to. I mean, I just need a balance. I need a balance. And then you see the kids out there, and you see women that it was wild. It was too much for me. So I don't have any plans on doing anything like that unless I go to Alaska. If I do something like Alaska, okay, I could be happy with that. But no, it was a lot. It was a lot. Do you want to do one? Ugh. I understand why I never wanted to do one after that. And it could have just been, yeah, it could have just been the selection. I don't know. Um, but most of these cruise ships, from my understanding, they're doing like a private island thing. I don't want to do that either. I want to go somewhere where I can support local business owners. I don't want to be on a cruise where I'm supporting even further, corporate business, corporate islands, and I don't want to do that. So I didn't buy anything. I refused to buy anything because I knew it wasn't going in the pockets of any local people or anything like that. It was private destinations, and yeah, it just wasn't what I expected. I was very naive um, in that situation, or not very well informed. So they didn't get much out of me. But if it's somewhere where I'm going and I can support local, then I will do that. But no, mm-mm. Miami is having a hard time. Gosh, it had been a while since I've been back out in Miami. And Miami, you see so many commercial real estate closed. I mean, like lots of closures, lots of closed businesses. It's crazy. I mean, from a distance, you see the lights, you see the water, everything looks beautiful. But when you on them streets, wow, just wow. Miami is going through something. I I wish I wish instead of which is something that I plan on doing this year anyway, because the Coin King is from Thailand, and so he hasn't been back home since he came to America when he was 10 years old, and he hasn't been back home since then. His mom passed away um, about a year ago, and she lived in the countryside, and she left him her home out in the countryside, and he hasn't gone to see that or anything like that because she was still there. Um, so wish I'd have just done that instead, or we'd have done that instead. For those who don't know, I date the Coin King, which is why I'm always on his channel. But and we've been together for too long, too long. You want to move to the Philippines? That sounds nice. That sounds really, really nice. I would love to. Yeah, I think. Oh, let me ask you a question too. Yeah, I think 80K is a good reversal point. I do. If we can get there, I think that that'd be a good reversal point. But uh, back to that other thing, leaving the states. I would love to leave the states. I would love to live elsewhere. Where the states is located, though, it is really one of the safest. No, let me not say it like that because all the stuff that happens here in the states, oh my gosh, it's crazy. But in terms of um, war, it's one of the safest countries to be in. But outside of that, I would love to live somewhere else. I've never lived outside of the U.S., so I would love to live elsewhere. Asia would be my destination. Somewhere in Asia would be my destination. I don't think I ever considered living in any other country. No. Yeah, if it's not the US, it will probably be Asia. Um, it has to be warm. It has to be somewhere warm too. I do not like cold weather. The province. I like the province. Hmm. Simple is great too. Yeah, simple is good. I'm a country girl, but um, I would have to say I love the city. Even country living has gotten crazy expensive too, though. I come from a really small country town. Oh my gosh, really small country town. Reminds you a lot of like little Jamaica, like Jamaica. It reminds you a lot of that. You have a ton of shotgun houses. If you know what a shotgun house is, it is growing a bit. So I guess that's boosting the prices up somewhat. But yeah, how I grew up, yeah, little shotgun houses, very country. Farming. Come on, Bitcoin. Looks like we're starting to squeeze on our 15-minute time frame a little bit here. Possibly a little bit here. I don't really like it too much, but we're holding. If we can just keep holding this momentum up, this push up. Salty! What's up, my friend Salty? You said don't sleep on African countries. You're right. You're absolutely correct on that. You're absolutely correct on that. If if I was in Africa, I would have to say home for me would probably be Nigeria. I was looking at oh my gosh. I don't know if it was this place above Nigeria or not. Where they have I didn't even know that we got like and I say we, I didn't even know that we got like snow in Africa. And I think it was a town like in the mountains of Nigeria or something like that. I think it was. I have to go back and look at it because I was watching a video and I don't want to give out bad information, but I was watching a video and it was a ski resort there. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. And it gets super cold there. But so if I was in yeah, if I were to move to Africa, it would be Nigeria. Hands down for me, it would be Nigeria. You know, a lot of people gravitate towards like South Africa for whatever reason. Nigeria be home. Where are you from, Salty? Why Nigeria? Um, I love the development in Nigeria. I really do. I love the development in Nigeria. Just looking at the how advanced the country looks. I like that. I know it's not the entire country, but it just looks beautiful. What would you where would you suggest? And so this is Google. Hold on. This is Google suggestion. This is AI generated Google suggestion. All right, so Google says Kenya, ideal for first time visitors. I don't want no safaris. I'm not doing no safaris. But Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Botswana, Rwanda, Egypt, Morocco. I'm gonna start messing up some names here. I know Uganda, uh, Na, Namibia. I don't know how to pronounce that one right there, and I'm not gonna know how to pronounce this one right here either. I don't need no safaris though. I've heard that Rwanda is beautiful. Um, I was talking to a lady. I was at a restaurant and I was talking to her, and she was saying that she was from Rwanda, and she was saying that she loved her country. So, um, It's always nice when you meet people here in America that are from elsewhere and they say that they love their country because you have some people who say that they don't love their country. Um, it always bugs me a little bit. Uh, but yeah, she was saying that Rwanda was beautiful. Opportunities is mainly why people go other places, but Rwanda, I could see Rwanda. Uh, okay, and even reads here, known as one of the safest and cleanest countries. I'm not trying to get with gorillas or anything like that, though. I don't want to do no safaris, none. And the problem, I don't even want to go to the zoo. I don't even want to go to the zoo. I am paranoid. We watching these videos. People out here trying to do these safaris. A lot of them break the rules. Don't get me wrong, but I be watching these videos and I see the bad stuff that happens. It's like, no, I don't want none of that. I don't even like being in the ocean. I don't like going swimming in the ocean. I don't want. I'm a very paranoid person. I don't want to be in nobody else's house and they attack me. I don't want to do that. You got stories about sharks coming into shallow water. I'd rather be in a pool. I'm very paranoid. Okay, everywhere in Africa is beautiful. Yes, everywhere in Africa is beautiful. And the people are number one. Doesn't matter what country, Africans have the nicest people. Yay. Africa is very beautiful, very rich in resources, very rich in culture. I think food is going to be like one of the biggest things for me. Food too, especially when haven't experienced a lot of African dishes. In the U.S., you get a lot of you get a lot of Asian food here in the U.S. You get a lot of Caribbean food here in the U.S. Italian. I never come across You get a lot of uh, you get a lot of Middle Eastern food too. The Asian food is more Americanized though. The Italian food really just depends on where you're at. My background would be American Caribbean or American Jamaican. I'm really just a country girl. All right, Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's moving really, really slow right here as we're trying to hold on here. Quite the quite the struggle. Like I said, we're starting to squeeze here on this time frame. Also, I can see it. Let me turn that off. Um, let's see. Starting to squeeze a little bit in here. It looks like it would be a drop down, but I suppose if we came back down in here, for me personally, I mean, we've hit this a few times, so I don't really know. Um, we've hit it a few times through here. I don't know if I want to hold it through something like that. If we were to reject back in right here. Let me see. Yeah, we would have to hold. Maybe we sweep this little liquidity right here, perhaps. Um, ugh. Oh, what's it like in the Caribbean, and why not move there? Because I've never been. It's just that simple. I've never been. I've always been here in the US. I've never lived outside of the US. So I have no idea. I have no idea. I most certainly wouldn't count this little cruise that I just took as being in the Caribbean. That is not it. That is not it. But I've never been. I've never been, so I can't tell you. I don't have the experience. I just know the background. I don't have the experience to talk about it. That's why I say I'm a country girl. And I just have to go with that. I only have the Jamaican part through my grandfather. That's it. My mother's father. Yeah, I'm the coin queen. Of course, I'm not the coin king. No, I cannot be the coin king. No. Yeah. No, 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 not the let me see if I can find um hmm. Let's see what this is. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see. Nope, this is his channel. Which he used to do more videos. Uh, but then I started doing most of the videos, so the live streams and stuff like that. I don't. He's never done a live before either, so that doesn't help. I show you all what he looks like. You just see my picture. Um, Some people do come in and call me and say, "What's up, Coin King?" It's like, no, 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 I'm down to crypto TA. And his picture in the early videos. No, it's always been my picture. If it wasn't, let me see. It's always been my picture. I had just updated to one of the latest pictures that I took, which was this one right here. Um, but if it wasn't that image of me, then it was one that I had with my cap on, or me with Elmo, with Elmo. I don't think he's never had. I don't. He never had a picture. I don't think he's ever had a picture. Oh, it's too large. I can't post that anyway. No, he's from Thailand. As you can see, I'm not from Thailand. Yeah, so if it wasn't, that's me with much shorter hair. I used to have that picture on my ex account, and then the one that I use now is like the latest picture that I took of myself. And then before that, I had me with Elmo in here. And depends on how I do my hair. um, I will look different if I can paste it. Might tell me it's too large again. Might say I can't do it. Yeah, won't let me do it. Might be in here. That's me right there too. This is the one before I switched it to the latest one. Uh, Switch it back. Oh, there. That's him right there. That's the coin king right there. Sure. Yeah. We're still holding this little momentum line right here. I don't like that we've come back into it. 1, 2. 1, 2 times, but it looks like we're trying to roll over. Like I said, that squeeze would indicate we would get pushed down here a little bit. And if we did, again, I would look for us to try to hold this prior resistance level right here that we flipped on this move down right here. So maybe even wicking below it and taking that liquidity for the bounce up. unless we can get that momentum pushed through here. But we're starting to get some agreement on the 4 hour time frame, which is cool. Starting to again. I don't think we had the blue before, did we? I can't remember. Maybe we did. I remember seeing the green dot in here though. So hopefully, with us pushing up back above the mean, that we can get that toss in here. Again, I think this is a perfect place right in here. Taking the liquidity above here, just above the mother bar here, be great. And then if we can see a rejection from there, I re-enter the short position. If not, then golden pocket would be our next place of interest. I don't really see that for the daily time frame, to be honest, but anything can happen because we can just go sideways on that indicator. I don't really see it for the daily. I could see us doing something like this, putting in that bear div. I don't know. I don't really know about this right now. The only thing, again, like I said, would be telling is if we get that drop out of USDT dominance, which, as pointed out, we had to drop into the trend line right here, bounce back into the resistance, got the rejection. We treated the zone as resistance. Let's just put it like that. So if we do fall down, we see a break below our trend line right here. That could be the start of us breaking down from this ascending formation that we have right here, which is a bearish pattern, This part right here is not a bearish formation in here, but the bigger pattern is bearish in nature, and be looking forward to breakdown. This, which we didn't even, I don't think we even finished out the one that we have for Bitcoin. But let's just say if this were the case, and make sure I didn't go over on that. If this was the case, I don't really see this happening. I don't see this happening for the breakdown. But that is what that measures out to. I don't see that. I don't see that. Might need to take it in and do it from here or something. Let's see how bad this would be, because I don't see that other thing. We haven't even played it out on the Bitcoin chart. It looks a little crooked, but I don't know. I don't even see that happening right now. I don't even see that happening. We got plenty of support levels through here, coming back down, maybe taking that liquidity down here if we were to see like a bigger move for Bitcoin. But right now, I'm gonna roll with the tides and just take small bites. I'm not gonna get all that kind of hopium right there, because I know we didn't even do it like on the one that we had in here for the weekly. because we had the same situation here on the weekly for Bitcoin where we had the ascending formation right here. And you can see what we broke down right here. And I think when I had pulled the one for here, I pulled it from here. Oh, that brings me back to something else I had noticed. Make sure I don't take this too far. I think something like that. 'Cause when we broke down from here, this states that we would come right here. We haven't done that yet. So I'm already rushing for USDT dominance to play out its same bearish pattern formation, which is crazy that they both have it. But that's what we got to break down here. So I don't know. Oh, I was looking at was it on the monthly time frame? Let me see if it was this. Was it here? It might have been this chart. Put on the weekly. Yeah, it was this monthly chart right here. Was I on the 2-week or was I just on the monthly? I think I was just on the monthly time frame right here. And I think at one point, this line right here, it was right here. It was tapping into the low right here. And I just happened to roll through here and look at it and realize that this white line has never dropped outside of, it's never fallen outside of the QTD. Whenever we had a reversal or anything like that, it was just swiping the low of it. And at one point, I think this line was down here before this bounce happened. I believe that's true. I do believe that's true. I think so. I don't know what this is. I'm not entertaining this line through here anymore because we have popped up above it and I've had to move it like a few times. So I'm not entertaining that. I don't use the trend line when when I have to keep moving it. This is noisy. So this is still just wrestling with that, was it golden pocket that we were at? Was it from here? That's 786 from there. Let me take that 50 out. Still wrestling with this golden pocket in here. Of course, these lows, prior resistance, highs in here also. So major resistance area that we're at. It was an inside range on the daily for a short period of time. It was an inside range. If I put it over here on the daily, and it was, let me make sure I don't pull it any further than there. Let me go on to 15. Let me see, I want to make sure I don't go below. Have to be sure. I can pull it this far. Above that, above that. We have that. I wouldn't pull it all the way out here. I don't think it changes, but that's just how I pull mine. I really only use it when I have like an inside range. That's why I do it like that. Otherwise, I don't really use it. And then if we were doing, which I don't have a good place to drop one other than to put it here, which is not my favorite place to put one. Yeah, that would be right here. So VWAP does align with the POC in this case here at the 786. Let's see how that goes. It didn't change the POC. So the fact that we're just struggling to get there. Uh-oh, didn't mean to do that. The fact that we're just struggling to just get here. Not a major concern, but interesting. I'm gonna have to make a decision about cutting. I said I wasn't going to. Let me just take a small L right here. But once we do lose here, actually where my entry is again, it's not a great entry at all. Terrible entry because I got stopped out last night and set my stop loss. I set my stop loss. I think it was just for this low right here. I was looking at it from a 1 hour time frame, and then it just swiped me and stopped me out. So this morning I was like, I actually saw this right here, and I didn't take it. Decided to wait. I wasn't sure if I wanted to enter or not. By the time I did make that decision, it was like a terrible entry to take. So it's sitting right here. We're about to break this. It's 23. Oh, just a few seconds before that 4 hour candle, new 4 hour candle comes into play. And so we didn't solidify. We didn't solidify this. You can see we didn't solidify any of that in here, other than that initial bounce up right here. We didn't solidify anything through here. So, I mean, I don't want to have to look at this at all. And if they're waiting for market to open, it's not gonna be cute if we're just waiting to see what oil does. That's a clear rejection right now. So I still argue, it would have to be if we did do something like this. So if we did do something like this, it would have to be like a quick liquidity grab. It would have to be because otherwise, like I said, below here, we're back below the crucial flip level for the weekly time frame. That's not good. I don't care about the value area high. I don't care about the mean reversion because you'll be below you'll be below the mean on the weekly, and be looking for the daily one to hold. Which daily doesn't look too gorgeous right now, but it's still corrective. Yeah, we're breaking that. I think I will kill my long position and just think about, yeah, because it's not a good entry. And think about if I want to actually be in a new long right here, right anywhere in here. So I just want to wait, maybe take a better chance down here or something. I don't want to lose this. My gosh, I really don't. Can we do that? That's the thing. Can we do that? Can we do that much? I don't know. I'm about to get stopped out. I'm moving my stop loss. Yeah. Do we have any news this morning? Any? No, we didn't have anything this morning. I'm gonna get an even worse entry if it's just something that stops me out and then pulls back up. I don't trust this right now. It just won't make sense to me that this big old gap right here doesn't. It's not. It's not. Let me look at. I bet I shares as well. Check this chart. Probably won't give me too much data this morning. I think like the last time we were looking at it, we were talking about that 4350 on the ETF as a possible. Let me see what's changed. Actually, right now, and just probably like Friday's data. You can see right here. I guess around Friday or whatever we were here. 44 larger strike price. I think initially when we were looking at it, it was like 43.50, which is why you see that 43.50 line on the chart on the iShares. But this is like the largest strike right here at 45 right in here. Usually somewhere in between here. Usually wherever your largest strike is, you probably see like some pushback against that. So it's not up to date right now. It's not up to date right now because I know that we were looking at this right here initially, and then that showed that 44, but 45 is like the largest. So that would line up with what I'm looking at for uh, that liquidity being taken above here and just doing that 50% retracement into that mother bar. That looks like it lines up right here. Let me clone this. Actually, I'll clone this. Actually, you know what? I'll just move this all together. That was what, 44? that? I don't know why I pay for this information. I don't really think it's useful to me. It is and it isn't. Um, that would make sense. See, for our shares. Oh, that's all the way up here. No, no, yeah, that's all the way up here. No, right here. Oh my gosh, I'm tripping. Yeah, so that would make sense for me. That's the mother bar right here into that 45. So it makes all the sense to me that we take out this liquidity right here. And then dealers start selling right here. Really start selling. 'Cause this was the weekend. So it makes more sense there. I'm glad that didn't stop me out just then. Nothing like getting stopped out and then it going in the same direction, right? Yeah, that just makes sense right here, baby. Right here. Hmm. Oh yeah, my potential setup. Yeah. Day trade setups. Yeah. I mean that's basically been it. Salty. Last night I was looking at the chart. I have been waiting on this level right here to get hit, which is just simply this momentum line right here. Probably slightly different off of this 15-minute time frame than it's going to be over here. I was using a 4-hour observation though. Um, as we drop down into, and let me turn this off. As we drop down into here, it was very critical that we hold here. Like we can move without tapping into this. That's great, which is why I said very important. Ideally, we hold this trend line right here. Um, so I took an entry. I got stopped out of my entry, which is why I have a crap entry right now while I was sleeping. Um, but this would have been the long setup, the bounce away from this area right here, and just basically looking for this liquidity right here to be swept. Not flipping it because that would mean something different from a higher time frame perspective, but just taking the liquidity from the mother bar. Because usually when you have like a mother bar and you've been coiling inside that mother bar, um, it's very common to sweep one side and then go in the direction intended, which would be sweeping that top side up there and then coming down here to sweep the lower side of the mother bar. I can't personally flip bearish until we take that liquidity right here from the mother bar. From there, I can switch my bias and start to, you know, creep in a little bit more bearish, but I can't do it until we sweep that first. It looks like the end game to me, to take that liquidity and then roll over. For me, that low doesn't get hit until we take that. Or the higher probability of that low getting hit doesn't happen until we take that right there. But we can't do anything beyond here, really. Especially not this, because if we do this low right here, that 72,815, and that pushes us 72,815, that pushes us beyond this area right here that we why is this here? Hold on. I gotta turn this off. I got two things on right here. I do. Hold on. It's not actually on, so it won't. Hold on. You're not actually on, are you? How are you on? Okay. I got some candle settings on. There we go. This right here, we can't fall below this. We fall below this and you drop below the mean, right? Well, this is actually not a mean. This is just a MACD 12 right here. So if we're dropping back below this right here, that puts us back below VWAP also, because this is also where VWAP is located at. We fall below this, then we, we just continue to roll down. That's how I see it. That's why that holding that area was so critical, not coming back into it. Yeah, we roll below here. It's a wrap. We're barely getting back above the resistance that we have in here right now since we got that drop down. Like I was saying, like we're around that daily level of resistance in here right now. But just sweeping that liquidity will push us into this 26 for the MACD. They're not close enough for me to think anything different than a rejection right here. But if for some reason we did push past this, then the golden pocket sits right here. Right here. But it's just all about taking the liquidity from this mother bar. You take that, then yeah. I know beyond here, again, like I said, beyond here, flipping this into some sort of support would indicate a reversal. That literally would indicate a reversal. That would for me, I mean, we'd still have to wait on the closure to happen, but without fail, but flipping that above here could indicate a reversal. And then the low was put in here. But right now, this is about it. Rejection came from there, which was again our weekly level. Like I said, we're around this daily, back up under this daily level right now, but this was our weekly level right here of resistance, right here, which is going to make it difficult to even push through this. But to sweep it, we can sweep it and look to enter a new short. And that's just the pivot on the line chart. said this should be WAP. The VWAP prior to that I don't have in here, it was this right here, which would put you at that golden pocket, which is not something that I'm shooting for. I'm not shooting for that. Is it like that? No, the 50, is it 50? 50. No, it's not that. It's not that. How was I viewing that? Because I'm not using that. How was I viewing that? Let me see if there is a difference in how that looked here and how it looked there. No. This is the last thing I'm betting on. Because ideally, if we were doing this right here, I would look for price to push into this low. So let me just do away with that and do away with that. Let me see if that lined up with it. I know I have them in here too. Let me see what this is. It might be this. Maybe. Yeah. I'm not looking for that though. I'm really just looking for this. That's all I think we do. You can see I stopped drawing notes in here from that point too, because I don't think we do more than that. Catch you later, Rock Crypto YT. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking to short here. But I am already in a short. That's why I said I have to re-enter a short position. Because I'm short, set up, you know, it was just a second candle. Again, when I posted it, it was just a second candle in on that setup. We're almost at that 786 right there. But I took a short off of this right here, which was this through here. So I took a short off of that. So we push back up. I'm looking to short it again. I'm not gonna look for the short right here. It looks doable though, but I'm not gonna look for the short there. I'm not gonna look for another short right there. Looks very doable though. So if you were doing a short, I don't like how they updated this. Probably want to see that reaction too. There's some really solid resistance right here though. I look forward to pierce that. You wouldn't want to see it come above the previous day high. But I guess if you were bearish, then you would want to see it at least come back down, take out the previous day low, and maybe drop into that. That would be a good risk to reward. Ugh. I'm not into it. Because I think we're going to come past it. But it is a possible setup. We're putting in bear days right now, which we can invalidate. We're right there. Yeah, that was well outside of bandwidth. I think we even got the bear div currently, I mean, in its current state, right here, unless it blasts through here. That's also I'm not interested in the potential short there. This would be a bearish rejection again, just like it was yesterday, because it's a 382. To not be able to push beyond this 382 and see a rejection, yeah, that would be bearish. Again, it would be just like yesterday, pushing into the 382, not being able to move past that 382, only doing a 382 and then falling over. Yeah, so you're in the place to be. If it's gonna work, I don't like it personally, but uh, it is some good resistance. Yeah. Um, I'll turn this color off. I'm gonna pull this to the side. The momentum really is through here. Let me see what happened here. Spy. I'm not gonna change this line right here. I'm gonna leave it. I mean, you can do it like that, but I'm gonna leave it how it was originally set. Because I don't think we had any closures below it. Did that little liquidity sweep right there. Whatever it's about to do, it should be like a big candle reaction here coming in. The way the formation looks on its squeeze, it looks like it would be personally. But like I said, from here, maybe if you are somebody that did like an SFP short, I didn't actually consider the SFP of that right there. Um, again, in here is where we would want to see price action hold. But if we break that, then I would just consider scraping something off right there. A move like that would eat into the entire daily candle too, so I don't like that either. It would eat into the entire daily candle, even though we have all day. It would take out the whole daily price action to do all of this. So maybe you get something right in here. looks like I guess I should do that. It's like a 20 SMA, something like that. As I'm talking about the squeeze, I think that was more like what it was, like a 20 SMA support. It's crazy right now is at 1 hour is the one I was saying I was worried about. Oh, I gotta stop that real quick. Got me that time. It could be one of those things where it stops me out and then continues without me. I'm not gonna try to jump back in right here though. I'll just let it go. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna go back in on this. I'm gonna give it a couple of minutes before I make a decision. This is the squeeze I was looking at right here. tends to break down. Multiple bear dips. We just saw the, I don't usually pull it back from here. I just did it that time. But we can see the rising formation right through here. I just don't know. But the rising formation right there. Sometimes it will still pop to the upside though. It will still pop to the upside. But you can see the structure difference there and here. Big difference in the structure. So we're declining to here. Bear div right here. Bear, I know we got the bear divs right here. Delta actually above all. Delta right here. And this will still just be corrective, at least in the current form. We'll see. I'm on the sideline right now. I can't re-enter right now. Not after getting stopped out. I just can't. Otherwise, I paid for that for nothing. I will reconsider an entry. If we do push back down into this level right here, I'll reconsider a long entry off of that. Otherwise, sit out. Gosh, I hate that. And you can see how that crappy entry got stopped out. I set my stop loss to entry, so it wasn't anything crazy. And Blowfin dropped lower because my entry was right here. And Blowfin, of course, dropped lower. I do want to fill in that gap, and I want to be here for it. So you can see right there, like it was exactly at my entry. Like stop her out and go on without her. And that's how it happens. It stops you out and then it goes on without you. But I'm not gonna run back into it. Maybe if I wasn't on this 15-minute time frame, um, that would help. I honestly don't have a reason to feel FOMO. I don't, but I do. But I can't re-enter. I can't re-enter. I can't. Can't. I do still have my long open from lower. Hmm. See. See. You know what we got stopped out at? We got stopped out at right here. It was also the 200 right here. I changed this to a 200. Hold on. No, I did not. That's a 400. That's 200. That was back here. So that's a 400 we got stopped out at right there. Correct, right? Yeah, that's 200. So yeah, I changed it to a 4. So that's a 4 right here that we tapped into. And you'll notice I didn't draw this fib off of this low right here either. It still didn't tap it, but I'm just saying, I just put it right here. We got these equal lows in here. That's why I don't want to come down through here either. I mean, everything would be bearish down through here. So I don't want to come through here. Don't want to see any of this. That may be the same if you were using like a EMA instead. I think that might have been the same if you were using like a. Oh, I don't even have that option. Hmm. No, it's not. It's not the same. Okay. Mm. I thought maybe it would have been. It's not. Hmm. Interesting. All right, 30 more minutes till market opens, and then I guess we'll see what's gonna happen here. Same thing over here with SPY. SPY actually did have that closure below the momentum line through here. Like I said, SPY will likely put in some bullish divergence unless we just see some sort of a bigger a larger candle drop in here somewhere. It can always reclaim, but once it does something like this for me, yeah, it's tarnished. So again, I mean, high in the sky, corrective at best right now. That's what the information states, corrective at best. Still holding the upsloping momentum through here, trend line at least, still holding the upsloping trend line through here for SPY. But pre-market momentum shifting in here with the gap down. Still trying to push up a little bit. This would imply chop. Oil just still chilling right here, just waiting. It's just waiting for market to open. Hmm. Tether, of course, stationary like Bitcoin right now. Fix. Holding steady as well. Bitcoin. Again, if it makes sense for me, I will re-enter a long right here. If it, pushes down into here and then it looks like it could hold in here, I will reconsider. It just depends on what we're looking like. Um, Struggling to get this move it down now. Struggling to go up, struggling to go down. I don't know. Waiting for market to open. If it pushes into here and it makes sense, I will consider a long right there. If not, I will reconsider back into here. Um, if we're doing any of this, I'm bearish. That's literally wiping out the whole daily move. And again, 382 rejection. You can't see it from here, but 382 rejection again is a bearish rejection. If that's what we're doing right here, that's bearish. That's the second 382 rejection we will have gotten. That's such a shallow correction. Yeah, I'm not lost on the bullish side just yet. I will be if we do any of what I said, though. If we do any of this, if it's a quick wick, maybe. But that does, again, that wipes out this entire daily candle. This is what we bounce from right here. That will wipe out the entire daily candle and push us below that golden pocket. Push us into it. That's I actually need that there for a sec. Like I said, I'm trying to do it. Let me turn it off though. 786 value area high and the mean reversion all sit right here. But if we're coming to that golden pocket, like I said, I would eat into this entire green candle after we got the bounce off of that critical level. Um, It doesn't seem like it's a far drop to go from here, but it just changes things. A 786 mean reversion. And value area high. If you're looking for something like that. I don't want that. But I'm most certainly not going to have no large stop like that either. But at least hold will be. I wouldn't be looking for it to come past that, to be honest. If we did. But below here, I'm just bearish. It looked like a good long setup, though. It really does. It's not on my bucket list. I know we have to hold it. I know that. If we tap this with the mean reversion, I know we have to hold it. You can see it right here. Like that would be right here. That's the mean reversion right here. And we look right here at this right here. You have to hold that. Like we swept it right here. Swept it again right here. But we really have to hold that. It's also going to be, it also suggests a mean reversion in here too. Which is right there. And this is simply a 20 SMA right here. That's a 20 SMA. I can use the Bollinger to show that. See, 20 SMA. Because that's what this is right here at the center, at the mean, where that yellow line is. That's a 20 SMA. So they both suggest if daily, on the daily reversal, that's the line in the sand right here. I don't want to get there. I don't want to get there and test that though, but that's the line in the sand right there. I think I was explaining to you while I'm waiting on this 15-minute time frame to quit jumping around like a fish out of water. If you use like this is basically this is like this part right here. This is commodity channel index, so CCI. If you were doing CCI and you wanted to know where you was at in time with the top, the center, and here, like I said, it would be your SMA. I'm gonna put on 3. I think I hit that 2 times, right? I'm gonna put on 3. They're all 3 sitting right here. So let's take this away. Actually, let me change this. All right. So 20 is what it is. That's your center of this indicator. If you use commodity channel index, just so you'll know what you're working with, because that's what they use in their code. That's your center. And commodity channel index uses high-low close. So your top right here is going to be your high. You're going to go 20. You're going to change it from a close to a high. That's your high right here. I'm sorry, right here. This is your high. So you can see how your indicator is slightly below that high. Let me take those lines away. You can see how you drop below 100. You drop below 100 right there. Like you can see the price action in real time though, right here. And then this one, not that one. Hold on. Where am I at? Oh, I got one more here in the wrong spot. This one. Is it this one? What is this? That's high. I'm sorry. That's high. My bad. Is it this one? Yeah, 20. Low. Hold on. Let me make sure. I modeled this take-home thing. Hold on. I modeled it, but I might not have done it like, yeah, I modeled it wrong. I'm sorry. My bad. Hold on. Let me see. What did I put in here? Heck, what did I put into it? Because I modeled it so I could know where I'm at. I can't even tell you. I know I didn't take it that far. I know I didn't. Let me see. It's a high. No, I can't even remember what I did to it. I cannot remember what I did to it. I'm about to mess y'all all up because I figured it out. And then I went in and I did this indicator right here so I can see where I would be at if for any reason I don't have to turn those off. I can turn it off over here. If for any reason, and that didn't read like this for you guys, so I don't know. It didn't read like that for you. I know it didn't. But this is your mean right here. Got that check. But when I did the other ones, let me see what I did. I'll put that back on the close. 'Close. 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 ' That was correct. I didn't put you on a high. That wasn't it. How did I get my high? I'm gonna have to come back and show y'all this because I cannot remember what I put in when I figured out how to model this on actual candlesticks. That's weird. Huh. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what I did. Well, at least you know where your mean is. You know where your center line is. It's just simply going to be a 20 because that's what they use. They use a 20 SMA for the mean in here for the channel. So you can't be underneath here. Um, I'll figure it out. It's not in my code. It's not in my code. The number isn't when I did it. Dang it. It's crazy that I can't remember what I did. Anyway, let me look back over here at this 15-minute time frame. I'm waiting on this right here to happen. Cracking my knuckles. Trying to think. It's gonna bug me until I figure it out. Come on, Bitcoin, get this drop down. I was such a genius. Anything beyond this point right here is also could be a possible expansion. Anything beyond this point right here, 15, possible expansion beyond there. So it won't be any type of limit order. I have to see what we look like if we come into that point right there. Because below here, it puts us outside of a couple of things I can see right now. So I guess that's not going to happen right here. I'll go back into my notes because this is going to bug me um, until I can tell you. It's going to bug me. I have a fascination with um, dissecting indicators. Um, what is it telling me? That's not it then. That's what I did. Come on, Bitcoin. All right, 4 minutes till market opens, and then I'm gonna call it a piece, guys. I just want to make sure that we can, get a solid, some solid information in here. Again, I'm not a big fan of coming down here into this. That completely wipes out the daily move up. This is really what we wanted to see holding through here, the momentum trend line through here. Um, Looking for a failed breakdown. If we do come back down here towards the support level right here, gonna look for this to hold here. I will fire off a new long position if it makes sense for me to do so. If price comes back in here, only if it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I do still have a long position open. I do have a short position open. I am looking for liquidity to be swept out of the high of the mother bar, which means that we come up and we take out this high right here, pushing into the 50% retracement. But right now we're not escaping past the 382, which says nothing good. I don't know if they're just waiting to see what oil is going to do or not. That could be the situation. I don't see no real major hangups right now on the. I mean, 1 hour was the time frame I was most concerned about. A little bear div through here too. You can see that. Well, at least it would have been. We didn't actually cross above here to put in the bearish divergence between these two pivots right here. Just lost steam as we pushed up to it. Just lost steam there. So yeah, it's not a rollover. You really want this. All the major confluence again is down here at the 786, where you have your value area high. You have your mean reversion sitting in here as well. So if you lose that, I mean, we're just rolling over, and that was the high. Then this would have just been the high. But you did have a chance to enter this because I did post on it. I considered it to be temporary resistance. But nonetheless, I took my short based off of it. Yeah. And we got that huge gap. It don't make sense to me. Now I'm not, there'll be gaps that we don't feel, and I'm okay with it. This gap right here is just different. I don't see any relevance to this. I mean, I don't see anything with that gap. I don't. I see nothing with that gap that suggests that we wouldn't feel that. The other gap was a breakaway gap. I could see why we didn't feel that one. But this current gap, I don't know about that one. That one doesn't make sense to me to not feel it. But maybe that's the decision if we drop down into here. Most certainly don't want this. It don't make sense to me. I'm not bearish. Not yet. All right, market is open. I'm not doing the SFP here either. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not being stubborn either. I just feel more comfortable right here. Nice reaction. So that's a nice reaction. I'm still waiting. It's refusing to. Um, the reason why I'm not changing my mind so quick about jumping into this also is because it doesn't make this stop being resistance just because we got a nice reaction wick down here. It doesn't make this stop being resistance because this is strong resistance in here nonetheless. I can be late to the party, and if it's really that good of a entry or that good of a reaction, I can get in later and it still work out, right? I'm gonna assume so. Um, we're still squeezing. It was a reaction off of the bottom side of the Bollinger Band too.
SPY trying to hold in the moment. It's a beautiful candle. I'm not in a rush to leave just yet. Still gonna give this time. Again, see. Oh, Bitcoin. We're still holding that squeeze in here too. Right here because we're we're not failing the 20. Like I said, right here, we're simply dropping into the lower Bollinger right there. I can see that. That was just, we got this squeeze in here, and that was just bouncing off of the lower Bollinger Band right there. It doesn't change this from being resistant, so I'm not jumping in. It's just so annoying. Interesting. We just squeezed a little bit more in here. Um, Now I can say we do have bull divs from here, not here, right here. We do have bull divs on this right here. Like I said, triangular formation or whatever this is in here. It is some sort of a triangular structure through here. I'm going to remain with my bias. I'm bullish right now until proven otherwise. I'm just not going to take a new entry in here. I only take a new entry if we pull back down into here and possibly into this trend line right here. But basically, I'm looking for something like this right here more so. If it pushes up, and I'll reassess and see if it's somewhere in here that I really want to get in at. But there's nothing in here. I'm not going to, I already had took a trash entry earlier. When I had to re-enter and made the decision kind of late in here, we're still hitting resistance. So I'm not going to buy into the resistance. So I'm going to stay on the sideline. We push away from the resistance enough to make it worth me wanting to enter, or we get above the resistance and flip the resistance into support, then I'll take an entry. But right in here, it's just not going to be the place for me to want to do it. I was hoping that something like that happened with the market open, but right now it's Chop City, outside bar. We're expanding somewhere, broadening megaphone somewhere. Not sure what time frame that's going to be on. Worst thing would be to be jumping into the long right here, and then that squeeze decides it wants to release, and then it just takes a big tank down. I don't want to do that. So consider that nice candle reaction, but it doesn't change the fact that we're sitting at resistance. Doesn't change that. So either we get above it or we move away from it, and then I'll enter. I'll let you know over on X. I've already told you what I'm looking at. I will not enter until I can get some sort of confirmation. I'm just not going to buy into the resistance though. I'm not going to take a long into this. I mean, same area of resistance. I'm just not going to do it. Yeah, I said that Bollinger Band release, and then all of a sudden, you're trying to long for this resistance, and then it just does one of those. I don't want to be in that. I've already gotten stopped out. So me to buy back in where I got stopped out at, it's kind of crazy. It's crazy. I did want to see this happen, but you're not getting that right now. Not getting that right now. Let's see what his standard 2 is at. And this is all the way down here. Right, so finally getting that release. It looks like as long as this doesn't jump back up, good Lord, just let it go. Please, everybody, just let it go. Let it go. They may want to start this over anyway because it happened over the weekend. They want to start this over. I don't know. Um, check over here. Check on USDT dominance. Basically looks the same because I'm viewing it from a daily time frame anyway. Good for you if you didn't have FOMO. Like I did not have FOMO. It was a beautiful reaction. It didn't change anything. That's why. That's why I didn't jump in. It didn't change anything. All right, I'm not gonna stay on. It's about to be 10 o'clock. I've stayed here long enough. Again, for me personally, I just have to see how we react on the pull down. Like for me, this is a support level in here, and it's away from this resistance in here. So I will watch that right here. And again, maybe they want to redo on this right here. Oh, let me check this out. Since let's see. Yeah. We got far away from that. We're, yeah, we got far away from that. Looking at over here. Yeah, what I was looking at. My shares. Volatility suggesting about 42.50, which will line up with what I'm looking at over there on the other chart. But only time will tell if that's going to be the case. I'm going to push this up some now because we did fill in the gap a little bit more right here. Um, Still holding standard deviation 2. It's going to be so weird. This. Hmm. Keep looking at this. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, I see it. So no, it's nothing. It's nothing that stands out with that. Here again, resistance 382. Mm-hmm. Not my ideal situation, but it is one. Nothing I would want, but it is one right here, 786. Don't want to do any of that. The resistance, baby, the resistance. Yeah, I guess if you see a Bollinger expansion off of this 15-minute time frame, really I'll be looking forward to breakdown. But I mean, sometimes for whatever reason, sometimes it will do something like that. So if you see one, you have to see this right here. You have to see that do this on this side. Doesn't have to come all the way down here, but you need to see it not be curved in and pointing down like that. It needs to be pointing down like that. Even if it breaks to the upside, you need to see that. Because if it pushes through and you don't see that, then it's just a rejection. If it pushes through the band and you don't see that, change it to a regular line, and you don't see it do that, then it's just a rejection. Maybe we just stay right here. Maybe uh, I don't know. All I know is what I'm waiting on. Either we break out with force and get above the resistance, and then I'll enter, or we break down into here. Like I said, right here, I take an entry right here, and don't want to eat into this whole candle again by coming back into here. But that would be on the table. Aside from that, I'm bearish if we hit this, but I would still consider an entry um, down here, a new entry, but I don't see anything, guys. I don't see anything. With that said, I'm down to crypto TA. Sometimes no trade is a trade. Actually, no trade is a trade. Not just sometimes, but all the time. I don't even see it over here. Um, yeah. In fact, when the market looks better, I'll be back. Right now, it's nothing. Love and appreciate you, and I will see you. See you later.